something. Hello, 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 hello. Check, 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 check. There we go. All right, should be getting some now. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. All right. I forgot I turned the volume down on the preamp because of I was doing something in a lesson yesterday. We were too loud. So I had to turn it down. Alrighty. Better watch out talking smack about the bass, man. Caden will get after you. He's on an anti-guitar all bass kick at the moment, apparently. So let's see. I'm gonna hook up some pedals to screw around with for a little while, because was it Ride the other night asked me what I thought about the Edge, and so he made a bunch of cracks about using pedals and effects. So I'm gonna see if we can try to make like if we can create the Edge's sound. Hey, Facade, what's up? How are you? So we're gonna start off with a Boss FA1 clone. This is a boutique copy of the FA1 from a Dutch pedal builder called Hotwire Audio. Oh man, lucky. Freaking quesadillas. Make yourself a dang quesadilla. Alright, then gonna hook up the big boy. The pedal with the 147 page manual. Albeit, I guess that does include a couple different languages. How much per language? Let's see. 58 pages per language. A couple beers waiting for beer and gear. We'll see. So we'll hook up this sucker, the Korg STD 3000 pedal, which is pretty much just the rack version of the STD 3000 in a pedal format that they came out with a few years ago. So it can get pretty wacky. I'm kind of tempted to go drag out my AC30 style amp, but man, it's back on the amp rack and I don't feel like digging through all that stuff. TBQH. That's pretty potent, dude. Pretty potent. The question is, is it actually good or is it just really alcoholic? It's got its own power supply we'll have to hook up over here. People with taste, that's who. There is plenty of great tasting beer out there. Let's see. We need to get this over here to power this guy. Cool, we're live there. And we gotta plug this guy in. Of course, your plug is all the way on the other side. All right. Let's see, what else do we need? If we're going to go for the older sound, we probably need a Strat, which I think I can manage. Didn't we go over this last time or stream before last? Why I have so many Hawaiian shirts? I wish I were in Hawaii. Starting to get cold here now. Let's see. Yeah, it's gonna need a Strat. Which Strat should I get? Yeah, that one's too far away. Hold on a second. I'm gonna grab a guitar. Maybe. I think this is the right one. I do believe. Mobile Dashboard Live. Manage your stream from your phone. Where's my strap lock strap, though? Nope. Oh, there it is. All right, we'll rock the American Deluxe Strat tonight for a little while. You have a couple shady Hawaiian guys following you in Argentina? Man, you must have really made them mad. Bar, there we go. Takes a little bit to get it seated. I don't know. I'm in Streamlabs, so I don't see what Twitch is doing. The Hawaiian FBI. No, I've never had a gym. I wouldn't mind having one, though. I'd like to have a less common one, though. You know, I mean, the Gym V or Gym 7V whites they're cool and all, but I'd like to have one of the older ones in a more interesting color. The burnt stain blue, that's a neat one. You don't see that one much at all, though. Changed our cabs up, too. We're running through a 212 cab today, a closed back 212. Yeah, man, you don't even need a case for that thing. You just walk around carrying it. He's just taking up Keep Watch's role since he hasn't been on in forever. This guy's a little out of tune. many people try to imitate it? What do you mean? Might need a little truss rod adjustment. Choking out. It sounds like we're choking out of here in the middle. It depends, though. I mean, there are some high-end guitars that are definitely more just kind of about aesthetics, but then there are also some that do things that other guitars just can't do. You know, whether unique construction components or features that you can't find elsewhere. Um, you know, it's sort of that kind of trade-off, or kind of like you can think of it like high-end automobiles. Like there are cars that are luxury cars that are pretty much just cars you'd cruise around in that have, you know, really nice interiors, they look fancy, stuff like that. But there are also high-end cars that are supercars that are capable of performance that, you know, regular cars off the lot just aren't going to be able to do. And some people with a lot of money buy them, you know, because they have a lot of money and they want them, but other people buy them because they do things that can't be done otherwise. Now, you don't really see too many. You don't see a lot of like fake people trying to like make actual fake gems. There are like the Chinese fake gems that you see occasionally, but you know what you see more is like Alex said, the sort of budget gem that they came out with, the Gem Junior, and then you see people take the cheaper ones, the cheaper RGs, and they'll kind of make them like with the Vibe one, like they'll put, you know, neon pickup bobbins or covers on the pickup bobbins and stuff like that. But you don't see too many people just trying to make like outright fake ones. Yeah, amongst other things, like the Alibaba fake ones or whatever they are, or AliExpress fake ones are usually pretty rank once you get past, or once you get within about, you know, 10 feet of them. Now, that's a very crispy tone. So this is without the FA1. Oh, it sounds like we might have a preamp tube that needs to be replaced. Did you hear that sort of fade out, fade in? Is that your favorite website, Alec? There might be a cable, actually. Like, man, even with the high set really low on this thing, makes it super crispy. What, like the Strandberg clones? on G string. There we go. All right, so let's try. Incorporating this Strandberg-Steinberger hybrid. Alright, where is, there it is. Start getting that multi-tap. The crazy thing about this pedal though is like the range of the controls is super, super, super extreme. So like the tiniest turn makes a huge difference. Which, I mean, is pretty typical of high-end rack gear, which is what it was originally anyway. But let's see. We need to update our commands real quick. Edit command, guitar. This is, what year are you? 2005. 2005 Fender American Deluxe V-neck Strat. Amp is the same, but we are running through a different cabinet, but I'm not updating amp just to fix that. And then pedals. Edit command. Pedals. We should probably throw in another drive pedal. Should probably throw in another drive pedal before I update the pedal command, because we'll need something with a little more gain. Let me think for a second. What kind of drive pedal did he use normally? Aside from just cranking those AC30s way up. Back then it was probably just like a Boss SD1. Let's see, Boss compress. Oh, this is current though. He's got Death by Audio on his board. That's crazy. Not something a brand I would expect to see on the Edge's pedal board. Let's see. So that's, if he's got a drive breaker, so depending on which drive breaker it is, one of them's basically a tube screamer. Let's see. Yeah, we could do that. Just throw a tube screamer in. Since they're going to be running a boost into it anyway, we can probably get it pretty driven. Pretty driven. All right, hold on a second. Let's grab another drive pedal to throw in, and then we should be good. All right, let's roll with this one. Let's roll with the MJM Effects Blues Devil, which is a pretty fantastic recreation of the original Tube Screamer, the TS-808. Get ourselves a little patch cable here. That one's too long. Let's go with this guy. Get some power over here. Volume down, cable back in. Dude, original Steinbergers are more than that, especially if they're in a rare color or a rare configuration. You know, the really early ones, if you can find one in white, it'll bring $5,000 or $6,000. So let's see, that's running the boost into our overdrive. Alright, so edit command pedals in front. Hotwire audio FA1 clone. I think he calls it the FET amp clone. Just basically an FA1. MJM Blues Devil Overdrive. Korg SDD. $3,000 delay, and then in loop, we just have reverb in loop right now. Alright, so pedals is updated. Back the camera up a little bit. Alright, let's see what you got here. Yeah, that's about what I would expect. That'd be a super, super rare finish for that too. Usually that model doesn't bring quite as much as the, you know, the sort of log-shaped model. I've seen some of those get up over 6,000 or 7,000 for ones that have like the very first ones where you can actually replace the faceplate with different color faceplates and different pickup configurations. have to send him a reverb message and ask him. Be like, yo, dog, how you play that? So let's see, we should be able to add some low end back. Compensate somewhat for the low cut from the Tube Screamer. Alright, so we kind of hear that multi-tap delay here. God, it's such a tiny, tiny, tiny tweak. Let's see, we're on minus 10 dB now. Let's see if we can push the preamp in this a little bit more. Woo! Because a big part of the sound of the rack unit that he used in this pedal is actually the preamp in it. There are even a few companies that make just the preamp as a standalone unit. So the 770DX should be VM. That should be Violet Metallic, actually, not Heather Pearl. Nerding out over Ibanez color codes. It's kind of hard to tell if that actually is Heather Pearl or if that's the oh, they made another kind of like pinkish, orangish pink color for a while. Because that one looks like it's got a ton of fading. Either that or he's got weird lighting for his pictures. It's pretty similar. The Violet Metallic has maybe a hair more purple in it. It leans more towards the purple side than the pink side. When they were both brand new, they weren't miles away from each other. But definitely more purple and a little more gray in the Violet Metallic. I mean, it's pretty worn, but that's honestly not an awful deal for what 550s bring these days. You know, it's not wrecked or anything. It's definitely been played, but basically any 550 that's not in a really bland color like just plain black or something brings minimum $500 now. And good colors bring a lot more, especially the early ones. Nice sound for a Strat. It's a very sparkly sound. Here's our dry. And remember, what we're doing at the moment is trying to imitate the Edge's sound with a couple pedals. All right, so I think we need to add a little modulation to the delay. A little bit. Well, on the whole, you're more likely to get, I think, a better quality guitar consistently from G&L, or at least less duds. Taking off the shelf Fenders, they're pretty much always going to be built pretty well, but sound wise and little attention to detail stuff, they tend to be a lot more inconsistent from guitar to guitar than G&L will. But at the same time, even though they make models that are extremely similar, G&Ls and Fenders don't feel and don't sound exactly the same. Now, if you take the G&L pickups out and put in, more typical Strat type pickups, then you get a little bit closer. But G&L's own pickup designs are their own pickup designs. They don't sound quite like Fender pickups. And if you go with anything like a Comanche or an ASAT that has, the MFD pickups in it, then you're in a totally different world. But the bi-cut necks are a little bit different. A lot of things about them are just a little bit different from a Fender. In some cases, I think they're improvements. In other cases, it's just, a different variation. But I've owned a couple over the years. Have my eye out. I want to find one with no inlays on the fingerboard because they're out there. So I've had my kind of eyes out for that. There was an amazing one at the Music Go Round in Atlanta a couple of years ago, and I couldn't get them to give me like 10% off of it because it's Music Go Round and they're stupid like that. And then the next week, they had a 10% off coupon that they sent out and somebody bought it. Which has happened to me twice there, where they wouldn't give me any discount at all. And then like a week or two later, they send out a coupon and then somebody buys the thing that I want before I can get it. I've never seen a Japanese with roller nuts and lace sensors. You know, the Strat Pluses, which were US, had roller nuts and lace sensor pickups, and the Strat Ultra, like my black one. Um, I can't recall seeing a Japanese version of it though, but they might have done that in other markets outside of the US market. I mean, to me, they're pretty much the same as they used to be. Uh, the key, as always, is just waiting them out. If they get something that you want and it's overpriced, just wait and wait and wait, and they'll eventually just start marking it down, and then you'll get it for less than they paid for it. But that's all more kind of opportunistic stuff rather than things that like I really really want or that I've just got to have. But there aren't very many things that fall into that category. Well, I think they probably don't have anything right now, which is why they're not keeping their website up to date. They're constantly spamming like, "Come sell us your stuff. We're having a buy-a-thon." Yeah, there are tons of models that they sold outside of the U.S. They stopped selling a lot of the Japanese stuff here precisely because it was cutting into the U.S. market stuff. They wanted to, have that big distance or gulf between the Mexican-made stuff, like the Squires, and the Mexican-made stuff, and then the U.S.-made stuff. The Japanese stuff was kind of cutting into both sides of the spectrum, so they more or less stopped selling it here, except for a couple models. Some Sambora sound to it. So if we change, that's the multi-tap delay. You can hear it go da 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 da. Right. If we just change it to straight delay. Get a lot less complexity. So that's also using the STD 3000 digital delay sound, but this can also do like an analog delay sound, which is going to be a lot darker on the repeats. Trying to oscillate too, actually. tape delay. Which gets a little more interesting with the modulation, especially if we set the modulation to random like real tape modulation would tend to be. Start to get really extreme wow and flutter. One of the guys that Alex in a band with has the 550 Genesis, and it's really, really, really nice. Like, I wouldn't be opposed to having one, you know, as an actual guitar to use while kind of fixing up the original one. Oh, Ride's posted something in the Discord. Cool, we'll check it out in a little bit. Modern digital delay, which is just very, very clean. Alright, then this thing they call Cosmic, which is some kind of like diffuse delay with shimmer, which creates like this weird kind of reverby sound. Yeah, for the money, I mean, if you know that you want a guitar that is not going to have any issues as far as like fretwork and finish, I would just get one of the Genesises, because the necks on them are stabilized. One of the main differences between them and the originals, you know, the originals are basically just like a one-piece neck, one-piece maple neck. The new ones are like a five-piece neck with, I think it's little, is it Wingate stringers through it, and it's a much more stable neck than the originals are, so you're not going to have issues with warping and twisting like some of the originals do anywhere near as much. Plus, you're going to have newer knife edges on the trim and all that kind of stuff. You know, less things to potentially have to replace and deal with. Newer frets, obviously. And I mean, they feel great. The finish on the neck is wonderful. We can go octave down with it. You have to get these very dreamy kind of sounds. I like the octave down better though. I don't like the high shimmer that much. Just in general, I'm not a huge fan of like not a huge fan of like shimmer reverbs and shimmer delays, but the sub octave is pretty cool. Then we've got reverse. to add some modulation to that. finally. Had to slowly start turning the feedback down. If we left that, just left that to run, that would have gone on for probably another 5 minutes before it actually faded out. Because this one, because the range of adjustment is so fine on all the controls, you can find just that point where it's almost like it's looping, but not quite oscillating. That was pretty cool. Yeah, super post rock. Super post rocky. Little Sufjan-y at times almost. Angel of Death by Slayer, sure. We can have to change guitars for that one. This is not the ideal guitar for that. Let's see. Oh wait, we're still in reverse delay. Let's get out of that. Oh yeah, then the pitch shifting delay. Kind of infinitely cycles it up, however many steps. Or down. Which the speaker can't really reproduce it once it gets too low. Then panning delay, since we're not in stereo, that's pretty pointless. Alright, let's see. So if we're going to do that, we need to change to something with humbuckers. So let's swap away from the Strat for a minute. This is a really good sounding Strat. I don't like V-necks, but man, this is a really nice sounding guitar. I'll just leave it. That bar is a pain in the butt to get out. Let's see. Is Angel of Death in standard? Or is it an E flat? I feel like it's slightly lower. Let's check it and see real quick. Why do I keep getting signed out? Signing me out, YouTube. Let's see. So if we're in E flat, then probably won't want a Floyd guitar. Yeah, E flat. All right, let me go find a guitar, the hardtail guitar. I think this Strat sounds better, or at least sounds more Stratty than the Ultra that I have. Like the Ultra that I have with the lace sensors is kind of its own thing. You know, the pickups in it aren't it has a lace sensor blue, a gold, and 2 reds. And the gold is the only one that's really designed to sound at all like a Strat pickup. The blue is almost more like a P90, and the reds are super hot. So, kind of their own deal. Ow. This one definitely sounds a lot Strattier. This one should work. I need to just put one of the Floyd guitars in E flat, so we'll just have it there, since I have a bunch of guitars with Floyds. Should use the same Strat for this one too. This one might actually be lower because I think we did a song in D on it last time. Yeah. this. Alright, so we will want to be... Slightly too much low end. That's pretty chunky. Pretty chunky. Alright. So let's see. One, two, three, four, one, two, three, four, one, two, three, four, one. Woo! Sorry, cat. Trying to get a little more saturation. I don't know if I can't scream and play it at the same time, I don't think. I'm trying to scream very quietly. I do think I can hit the note though. Wait a minute, I wonder if there's a guitar-only version of this so I can hear it a little easier. So, man, we're getting some big noise from somewhere, some big hum from somewhere. Yeah, I think it's that second gain stage. Let's see what happens. Yeah, I think it's the post gain control. So there's like I think 5 gain stages in this preamp, and One of them, we heard it earlier, like shortly after I powered it on, we heard it sort of fade up. Now it's getting a little bit of noise when I bring the post gain up. It's adding in some extra noise. So I'm betting the preamp tube that post gain controls is failing. It's not really like a major ground problem. You know, but I brought the post gain down some and brought the pre-gain up more, and we have less of that hum. So it's definitely the preamp tube that's tied to that post gain control. I think it's just got really cheap, crappy tubes in it anyway. I haven't changed them since I bought it years ago. Yeah, JJs are probably a pretty good choice for this preamp because it tends toward the bright side already. So JJs will probably warm it up pretty nicely. I did swap the V1 out for a vintage RCA that I had that I pulled from an old Fender that's out of operation at the moment, and that helped. That definitely helped with just improving the tone in general. But I think all the rest of the tubes are like Radio Shack tubes. Because this the preamp is actually another thing I bought from a pawn shop, so you know, somebody was willing to pawn it, they probably didn't invest a whole lot in it, in maintaining it. Whoa. Dun-dun. So then it sounds like we get probably played on this string. Da 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 da. Bow, bow. Can never quite get the mids in the right place. This has that sound that you hear if you listen to a lot of these old thrash and early death metal tracks. Like it's like the guitar is compressed and mixed into like this really narrow space. You know, to keep it to kind of fit it into the mix properly. And it's actually pretty hard to dial that kind of sound in. It's not at all a sound that you would attempt to dial in on an amp normally. So we come up to F. Forgot to open the stream in the browser so I could monitor it. So it just kind of walks its way up chromatically from the F, it sounds like. A little bit less high end. A little more low end. Down. Alright, let's see. Same riff again. Verse riff again. A little variation there. So then does the same verse riff again, then we get to the intro riff again. And it sounds like when it jumps way up here. It drops out. Then we should get our dum dum down. You get that kind of diminished lick. That'll be fun to work out. Alright, so let's see. The first part's pretty straightforward. That's not quite it. Do da 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 do da dee da do da da. Oh yeah, I forgot. Let's minimize Firefox so I can keep an eye on chat. It's almost like it's moving up chromatically. We'll slow that bit down a little bit. Wait for it to come in. So like do da da da, do da da da. Do-da-da-da-da-da. So it's definitely going up chromatically, but we've got to get the do-da-da-da-da-da-da. A little chromatic walk up. Do-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. A little chromatic walk up. Do-da-da-da-da-da-da. A little chromatic walk up. Do-da-da-da-da-da-da. A little chromatic walk up. Do-da-da-da-da-da-da. A little chromatic walk up. Do da da da. What's that last one? So. Not quite. It's like I'm missing a note in there. So the trick is going to be going straight out of that back into. Pretty close. That's pretty close. I want to play the open string though before I go back into the or before I go into the lick. Too sloppy. Too sloppy. Gotta get it cleaner. Let's do this with a little boost. That's getting pretty close. Getting just about there. There we go. That boost is really juicing it up nicely. Ah, come on. So close. All right. So it gets us up to, I guess that's the bridge. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Hope to do poll 8chan requested Slayer or Angel of Death, of course, naturally. All right, so it gets us about to the sort of bridge section in the middle. So many times we do this. So then. Probably standing down in the open position for that. Da 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 da. So a little bit different rhythm. Alright, so we got a little lick in there. No, don't back up that far. Just kind of coming up those little tritones. Da 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 da. So a little bit different riff this time. Okay. So we're starting on that major third. Ba-da-da-dum, ba-da-dum, ba-da-dum, ba-da-da-dum. All right, let's slow that down and get that phrase right. Not quite. Not quite. Ba-doo-doo. Let's get the first three notes. So that's pretty close. There's like one note off in there. Ba-da-dum. That's maybe a little closer. That little bend on the end. That's closer. Alright. We're back to that. An absolute wankery. Oh my God, it's terrible. I wholeheartedly recommend to you that you go listen to this when you get a minute. And just skip ahead to the guitar solo part. 'Cause good grief, it is just rank wankery. There like aren't even notes here half the time. You know, it's just going ham, going as hard as he can. Woo! Using the bar too to dip it, so it's all kind of in between everything. They're like little tiny bursts of scale where you'll hear like the diminished scale or the minor scale, but for the most part, it's almost completely random sounding. Like just fingers in place. All right, then it sounds like we're back into the main riff. So it just moves it up an octave. Actually, with that boost, that's a pretty good tone, though. Much happier with it than I was earlier. Hey, BC, what's up? How are you? We just finished up. Someone requested Angel of Death, so we just finished that up. I think they left, though. Kind of like this tone though. Pretty rank tone. I mean, I can. I have a drum machine somewhere around here. Never hooked it up on stream before. Probably be easier just to do it with software at this point, though. Too much delay. Another reason why I want to change the preamp tubes in this thing. When they clip, they don't really. I mean, they get crunchy, but they don't really sing. Like, it's hard to get sort of a smooth lead tone out of it, which is something that frustrates me a little bit because it should be able to do it. Never learned it before. We can definitely check it out. We got to get to, we'll do that and then we'll get to Ride. Ride put in a request too. Oh, Ride requested some death. So apparently Free For All Friday is Metal Fridays. Alright, let's see. Oh, a different, not Death, not Chuck Schuldiner Death. Yeah, dude, I remember you. Were you from Indiana? Yeah, I definitely remember you. Different death, so not metal, not death, metal, not metal death. All right, let's see. So we'll hit up the Pantera, and then we'll check out the Death after that. Let's see. And then let's see. I always like to look up if there's a guitar only video so we can focus more on that. Another Drunk Friday. Oh, Facade, one of our other viewers, is trying his best to get me to do Beer Fridays or something. Beer and Gear Fridays. Let's see. Well, there's an instrumental version anyway. That'll, at least we won't have to try to hear it over the vocals. Wow. Do you know if he's in D standard or just drop D? D standard, okay. We were already in E flat. Yeah, it's even chunkier now. All right. Wow, 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 wow. Wait a minute. Was Wake Me Up inside? Was that Evanescence? Wake me up inside. Da 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 da. Blah da 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 da. Man, I haven't thought about that band in a long time. Thanks for ruining my evening. And then you drop some Linkin Park after that. Man, you're on a ball tonight. I mean, that's kind of the high point of most bands' careers. You know, get popular with some teenage niche market for a while. And then you burn out, and then you have a revival once they become like 30-somethings and 40-somethings. If you're still alive, if you haven't OD'd on drugs yet, you know, then you come back 20 years later and you go on a reunion tour with whoever's left. In the meantime, you fail with a whole bunch of other projects that nobody cares about because, you know, oh, hey, you used to be in Evanescence. Well, see, Clapton got away with it because he was in a bunch of other famous bands first. You know, he was in the Yardbirds, he was in the Blues Breakers, he was in Cream, he was in Blind Faith, he played with Bonnie and Delaney. You know, he was in a ton of other really big acts before he went solo, so everybody knew who he was. Drifting a little bit here. Dole, dole. So BC, are you talking about the riff that comes in after the pinch harmonics? The da 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 da. You're just on a roll this evening. The strings are mad. They're like, why do you keep tuning us up and down? Alright, so let's back it up a little. One and a two and a three and a four and a one and a two and a three and a four and a one and a two and a three and a four and a one and a two and a three and a four and a one. Alright, so da 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 da. Down. So we got a little pull off. Almost, not quite, not quite. It's like a blues scale lick. Let's slow it down some and see if we can get the notes exactly right, and then get the. It's just like I'm there, man. I can see my couch. Can I sit on? Nope, can't sit on it. The 83rd greatest hard rock song. What year did they rank it that? Because like, if you did that at any point after like 2008 or 2009, then that's just embarrassing. Da da do da do da do 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 da da do da do da 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 do. No, there's like one extra one in there. Da 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 da. What are you on like? You on like an early 2000s crappy metal kick right now, Death Priest? You just bringing up all of like the like half emo, half new metal bands. Weren't quite as committed to being new metal as the likes of Korn were. switch to black metal to escape it? Well, I think by that point they weren't exactly emo anymore. I mean, they were never real emo, but none of the bands that got called emo at that time period were real emo. Da, 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 da. So the second time's a little different. So the first time we're using like the minor blues scale, the E minor blues scale. Yeah, probably fingered here, probably up at the 7th fret. So 7, 5, 7, da da da. We're playing these kind of little groupings. Almost like little triplets. Then we're going to get a little different variation. Yeah. Wept while listening to Esdras. So yeah, the second time does the same thing twice. So first riff again. Can't quite hear that one. Do-do-do-do-do. Don, 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 don. So time changes, we get kind of like a quarter note triplet feel. I'm pretty pumped, dude. I put an unbelievable number of hours into Witcher 3. So if Cyberpunk turns out to be anywhere near that good, and given how long it's taken, it really should be. One would hope, that it doesn't turn into, you know, like a Fallout style mess or something. One would hope. I think I'm probably going to wait. I'm not sure if I want to do it, if I want to wait and get a PS5 and play it on there, or if I want to play it on PC. Because we'll be building a PC. I got some parts inbound already and still kind of shopping around for some of the others for the stream. So if I build a decent PC, I might be able to play it here and play it on stream, which would be kind of cool, I think. And since it's not doesn't have any multiplayer, right? You don't have to worry about freaking hackers like trying to play Dark Souls on PC. All right. Bow, bow. All right, so what we're getting is this sort of 3 feel. Is that the part that's tripping you up with the timing? So it alternates. Like the first time we're playing kind of a 16th note feel, 1 and a 2 and a, but then we're changing to more of a across that same beat. 1 Gotta remember to switch though. So the first time, 1 E and then 2 Nope, second time, so you gotta go back to it. So basically we're cutting the number of times we're picking the string, we're picking that sort of chug in half. So instead of 1 and a 2 and a 3 and a 4, and it becomes more like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Or 1 and a 2 and a 3 and a 4 and a... All right, so we get into a B section. Porn is bad and immortal. Don't. All right. Hey, Alec, what's up? Welcome back. Where you been? Gotta work on it. Gotta remember that. We just did, before this, we did Angel of Death, so now I'm trying to remember all the little parts for that. Keep them tucked away in the back of my mind. What you doing at the airport? What, the Da-da-da-da. Picking your roommate up, roommate's friend up. My uncle's brother's cousin's sister's whatever's former roommate. We should do some Initial D music on Weeb Wednesday sometime. Yeah, we're doing BCE requested a Pantera tune, so we're in D standard. When am I going to drop an album? Well, that's another thing. Once the computer's built, we're going to get Reaper, and then we're just going to start recording stuff. See what we come up with. Just do like whole streams of trying to come up with things, because they've got tons of pieces of songs and like song ideas and stuff from and a whole bunch of different styles of music, but I've never really like recorded them or you know, put them together into complete things in many cases, largely because I've never really had the processing power to do it properly or to do it effectively. Oh yeah, I need to update the guitar command. Forgot, I should have done that a while ago. Doo-doo-doo. Man, I need that Rusty boy to get back on here. Build me a keyboard. This is a Reaver RP004. Yep, Rip Rusty. Man, he pops in every now and then and says like, "Oh man, I'm still fixing my house. I'll be back soon." And then he dies again. All right, there you go. Guitar command should be up to date now. Managed to get, I'm actually pretty happy with the tone I'm getting out of this now. Like without the boost, I don't like it so much. But this FA1 clone kind of fills it out. It fills out all the right spots. All right, let's see. So the next part, da 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 da. Yeah, it's pretty serious, pretty chuggy. That's actually with the low cut on too. If we turn the low cut off, it's pretty bulky. Well, yeah, you hate everything that's not black metal and like new metal / emo crossover, so of course Pantera is not going to be your favorite band. The thing with Pantera, you know, is that like I like a lot of the riffs. I'm not necessarily huge on like the songs themselves, on like the lyrics or the solos or anything like that, but they come up with some really cool grooves, you know, just like good, like really cool headbanging riffs. Yes, Alec prefers the early hair metal Pantera. That's no surprise, though. All right, so let's see. Yeah, dude, I remember that guitar. Tango versions of Pantera. So all that's all Lofasad wants apparently is just for me to turn everything that comes up on the stream into a tango variation, and then I've created a new genre that can apparently be really big in Argentina, which actually is probably not a bad idea. Da 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 dum ba da 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 dum ba da 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 dum ba da da da. So that part's pretty easy. It's got almost kind of a swing feel. It's sort of neat. Put tango on a sandwich. We have a little blues scale interlude here. Just a little like cliche rock lead riff. And back into the main riff, it sounds like. Boom, boom. So. Around 10 or 11. Oh man, massive edgelord. You got more edges than bismuth, boy. So it's another kind of, it's sort of almost like a theme throughout the tune where it kind of alternates with sort of different time feels, right? So that intro riff, we're starting off with sort of the straight. And then we change to that sort of halftime feel. We have the same thing in this little sort of bridge section here where we have, you know, and classical guitar in the Discord. There's a company in Germany that makes a bass classical guitar that's about that big. It's really enormous. That you can actually play. I don't know about that one. All right, let's see. All right, then we're back to this. That last time in a little tritone. Sliding up to these now. So that time he grabs the low tritone too. Alright, so let's get this riff right. We jump up to F sharp. So we're kind of coming down like this F sharp major arpeggio. But on each tone, we're essentially hitting the tone a half step below it. And then coming back up. Then we come up the harmonic minor. It's something. Then we get little harmonies. Let's cut that low end a little bit. Little, yeah. So we can actually kind of fake that. We can do these little kind of double string harmonies. And using these little double stops, little sort of stacked thirds. So we add the major third, then perfect fourth, we invert this, it's still actually a major third, but it's relative to the fifth, so it becomes a minor third shape. I haven't in a while. Not in a few years. Then we're back to this A box-shaped blues scale noodling. Well, we can go through it. We can go through the main riff some more. Like, do you need me to like, slow it down and like go through note by note? Because I'll do it. I don't have a problem doing that. A poll for choosing my Halloween but I mean, I don't have a costume. I don't have anything to wear. It would have to be something that like I could rig up from crap around the house, which would be ridiculous. All right, so again, sort of count with this sort of triplet feel. And 1 and a 2 and a 3 and a 4 and a 1 and a 2 and a 3 and a 4 and a. Then we change to like a halftime triplet feel. 1 and a 2 and a. So 1 and a 2 and a 3 and a 4 and a 1 and a 2 and a 3 and a 4 and a 1 and a 2 and a 3 and a 4 and a 1 and a 2. So we're sort of stretching what would be 1 and a 2 and a 3 and a 4 and a out into like a bigger like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So instead of 1 and a 2 and a 3 and a 4 and a 1, 2, 3, 1, Da dum dum da dum dum. Yep, half the chug. You only get a ch or an ugh. No, so this is the attack though, so it'd just be the ch. So instead of chug, 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 chug. So 1 and a 2 and a 3 and a 4 and a 1 and a 2 and a 3 and a 4 and a 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Right, so instead of da 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 da, we now have da 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 da. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Right, it's like we're cutting the speed at which we're chugging in half. So instead of da 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 da, 1 and a 2 and a 3 and a 4 and a becomes 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And a 2 and a 3 and a 4 and a 1 and a 2 and a 3 and a 4 and a 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Da 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 da. Right, it's sort of a time feel, a change in the time feel. You know, our drum, essentially like our hits on the drum are still going to basically stay in the same place, but instead of da 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 da, we get da 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 da. Right, it makes it feel like it's sort of stretching the time a little bit. You know, becomes. So if I just play those back to back, right, the second time it's... That's right. Forgot the little tag. Man, you ever seen that Dimebag Darrell? His beard was red, boy. That's crazy. That's the most metal thing I ever seen in my life. Right, but is that helping? I mean, we can keep playing through it, working through it some more, man. It's no problem at all. That's what my channel's about. About being helpful. If the dye in his beard wasn't actually dye, it was just food remnants, just leftover sauces that had coagulated and turned his beard hair red. Ugh. As a person who pretty much always has some kind of beard, I know that feel, bro. Gotta remember to slow down. Because Billy Gibbons' beard is totally fake. It's just like one of those strap-on beards. He just removes it whenever he's not on stage or not in an interview, so nobody will recognize him, and so he can, you know, eat food. Yeah. So just think like ba da 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 da. It's about getting that kind of three feel, that triplet feel, triplet, 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 triplet. Da 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 da. 1 and a 2 and a 3 and a 4 and a 1 and a 2 and a 3 and a 4 and a then 1 and a 2 and a. Like we slow it down, or we can just cut it down to 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 and a 2 and a 3 and a 4 and a 1 and a 2 and a 3. When we go into that riff, we're back into the faster 1 and a 2 and a 3 and a 4 and a 1 and a 2 and a 3 and a 4 and a 1. It's almost like an Irish jig kind of feel. Da 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 da. You know, 1 and a 2 and a 3 and a 4 and a 1 and a 2 and a 3 and a 4, and it's kind of like 12/8 vibe. Which is an interesting thing to incorporate into metal. You know, we tend to think of metal as being either irregular time signatures or being, you know, 1 and a 2 and a 3 and a 4 and, you know, kind of in 4, just with really, really fast subdivisions going up to 32nd and 64th notes. Got too much low end for black metal. Those little like diminished fifth harmonies there. That's actually that's like super cool. Yeah, no problem, dude. Thanks for hanging out. Happy to have you. Always happy to help. You know, if anybody has questions about anything, really, I'm happy to attempt to explain it to you or show you how to play it. But, like I said, that's kind of like the goal of my stream is to help everybody become a better guitar player or a better musician. That and just to have fun too. I mean, that goes without saying. Though. I say after I said it. I like this little seasick part in the solo though, where he's bending these double stops. Bow now, bow now. Kind of like how like unstable that sounds. It's really cool. How to shop it for Hawaiian shirts. I said just go to, well, if you have a Big and Tall store, go to a Big and Tall store and there will be a ton of them. Yeah, self-loathing is an acceptable reason to visit my stream as well. That's cool sounding. Kind of nasty in a way, but it's still cool. All right, so let's see if BC's taken off. We'll wrap that up because it sounds like it's mostly just solo after this point anyway. And we'll look at the song that Ride posted in the Discord. Came here for the Parker advertisement. Well, speaking of, we can probably get that out because the next song is probably not likely to be in D standard. Let's see. Free for All Friday. Open the link up in Firefox. Parker is an outstanding guitar, though. Outstanding. Sounds like it's probably an E flat. All right, so let's swap. Let's get the Parker. Just for fun, just to change guitars up, because it's Free for All Friday. Let's mix things up. Get this guy back in his bag. Man, you're just on the ball tonight. You better watch out or Alec will wind up banning you. Terrible wisecracks like that. Just for fun. You see the cool redwood quilt and the limba on this guitar. Super pretty. Super pretty. All right, hold on just a second. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break too while I'm getting up to get that guitar. So I'll be back in like 2 minutes. aside from being super lightweight, one of my favorite things about this guitar is how freaking light the case is too. These Hiskits cases from England are just like light as a feather. I just thought it was very silly later on when they changed to like traditional hard shell cases that weigh, 3 or 4 times what the guitar does. So you spend all this money to get, a 4-pound guitar, and then you've got it in a 15-pound case. Yeah, I found the case at a store here in Atlanta, a different store, not the one I got the guitar from. Uh, they had a bunch of cases from their warehouse that had come in with guitars that people just wound up hadn't taken for whatever reason, which pretty much every music store has that. It's always a good idea if you're looking for cases to just ask music stores if they have spares in the back, because a lot of times people will buy a guitar that comes with a case, whether new or used, and they just won't take it. Either the employee forgets to tell them, or they don't want it because they have their own cases, or in some cases they don't want it because they're morons. But basically every store will have a case pile somewhere. And so I said, they had a Hiscox Strat case, and I said, man, I'd really like to find one of those for my Parker. If you ever see one, call me. And the guy goes, oh, wait a second, I think we got one in the warehouse. And I'm like, you're full of it. And he's like, no, hold on. Went back in the warehouse and came back 5 minutes later with it. Sold it to me for $50, which is ridiculously cheap for that case. Ridiculously cheap for that case. Well, see, I wouldn't expect someone named Death Priest to have a guitar that's not black. Yeah, they'd apparently had the case for years. Someone had sold a Parker on consignment or something there and then just like left the case forever. Alright, so I think this song was in E flat. Let's go listen. Yeah. Alright, crispy. Crispy. Alright, so let's see. Let's get our video pulled back up. Sounds like we need kind of an overdrive tone. Sounds like we got that kind of progression that's going to go down too. Let's just use this guy and get a little more. like the ones with the, was it the Floyd Rose 2 on it, that were like technically headless. They had a headstock but didn't have the tuners on it. Used like the double bullet end strings. They're like locked down at both sides. Let's darken it up a little bit. Alright. So we're starting off with this big suspended sound. Like an E suspended 4 kind of sound. You could play it here with a D shape. But it's easier to play with this bar chord shape up here. Wonder what it would sound like if we run this into the crunch channel. Still a little bit too much gain. Not enough gain. That's pretty good. No, I never owned one. I almost did. There was a store that went out of business that had a big sale and blew everything out, and they had one for like $300. And I didn't buy it because I was trying to buy something else, which ultimately I wound up not getting, which is obnoxious. But I always regret not buying it. It was really nice. Apparently the strings are incredibly difficult to find for them now, though. So, I mean, it might have been a blessing in disguise. Alright, so a rhythm guitar. Let's back it up and get the rhythm right. Boom. Boom. So, need some reverb. Not that much. So our rhythm guitar is basically just playing like a D, A, E. So the Floyd Rose model guitars that came out, instead of having double balls, they have almost like double bullets. Like if you can imagine the little long end on the Fender bullet, it's not the same as a double ball like you would use on a Steinberger. Alright, then we got a little lead guitar. Boom, boom, boom. Starting off on the D and then going down a half step. Alright, so bow, bow, down, low, down, low. So D, 5th fret on the A string, C sharp, 4th fret, then 4, 2, 0, 2, then 2, 4, 2. Kind of like an E major blues sound or E major pentatonic. So we're bending up that F sharp, the second fret on the D string, the second time. And our chords are still at that point just D, A, So that's just E minor blues scale. Cool little lick here where we're doing basically kind of like a unison bend but slightly in reverse. We're hitting the high E on 12, or E flat technically since we're a half step down. And then we're grabbing the 15th fret and bending it up and then stopping it right at the top of the bend. And then we're coming to 14th fret. Sounded like with a little pre-bend coming down. So right then our chords change up. Alright, so our chords shift from there, so up to C, G, D, A, then back into E. So let's see what the lead guitar does there. So it's still just staying in the minor pentatonic. D, A, E. C, D, E. C, D, E. D. All right, so that little tag there. C, D, so then a little minor pentatonic lick. So then that last time when we landed the E, we were landing back into the E suspended from the intro. Da, 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 da. So to get that sort of sound, that's still just like a minor blues scale bend here, 14th fret on the G string. What we're doing is we're bending up and then we're stopping it at the top of the bend each time. And it gives it that kind of pop. Pop, 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 pop. I'm using an upstroke for that mostly. Same thing, D, A. So the lead guitar line is staying the same all throughout the verse. Of the second guitar, it's just doing the same thing over and over too. D, E. So we're doing that little bridge again. C, D, E. C, D, E. We're back to the E suspended like at the beginning. Alright, so. Just kind of alternating between. Just play the muted string. Sounds like Sonny Chirac. Play the Space Ghost theme next. The action's so low on this though that you kind of actually still get the note out. That's pretty cool. Well, what should we do next? We're only coming up on 3 hours, but for Free for All Friday nights, we can go for a while. I mean, I'm pretty up for whatever. We can keep doing requests. We can mess with gear. Jeez, a list of all the pedals. I was actually meaning to do that, to put up in the Discord or something, so we could, so you could use it when we do like pick a pedal challenges and stuff like that. So you guys would have a resource for it. Yeah, that'd work. So you go to a square wave. It depends. That's actually why I haven't really done it, because some stuff will get you, the copyright hits or whatever, and they'll, cut out parts of your stream, and I really don't want that to happen. Sounds like we're in like a locker room or a bathroom or something. single millisecond delay. See if I can get 2. Interesting how much 2, just going like a single millisecond, kind of changes the quality of the sound. Get it right on the edge. Dude, what's up? How you been? We get it right on the edge of oscillating too. We can get these crazy whale noises. Woo. That want to rattle your teeth a little bit. If we increase the intensity a little bit, we can probably make it slightly more drunk. Woo! It hits this high though. Let's see if we can filter out some of the highs, because there's this one high frequency it hits where like it's a little painful here in the room. So let's see. Let's set it to the 4K filter. Go to a triangle wave. Or we can go to square wave. It's kind of glitchy. Increase the speed a little bit. We definitely want that to dial that down a little bit. There we go. So we can actually use the feedback knob to kind of tune that. Sort of tune the pitch of it. But if you cross that tiny threshold, it goes like straight into oscillation and goes nuts. And you have to write it like it's like, I'm talking about like a micrometer adjustment. as you increase the intensity of the modulation section, so you're kind of shifting it up and down an octave. Dude, thanks for subbing. That's amazing. I really, really appreciate that, man. So if we change to multi-tap, even though our delay time is so short that we don't hear separate delays, it actually gives us more complexity on our modulation. Did you decide on what bass cab you were going to get? For those of you who are curious, by the way, Florida Vanilla is one of my students. Took lessons from me for ages. Now he's got a band of his own. They play all over the place. Went with the Aggie. I mean, for what you do, the Aggie is a great choice. Like either one of those cabs would have been great for you. I mean, that's not an issue. That's not an issue with Berg either. Like he would, even if you bought it used and something got damaged, he would replace it. Like you're not going to have that problem with either of those companies. All right, let's go to random modulation. Oh, dude, that is freaking cool. Let's drop our filter, our high-end filter, down a little bit lower, so we get this slightly more lo-fi kind of sound. It makes it sound, it's got that very kind of like tape warping. Let's bring the mix of our reverb up some. Mogwai. Well, we're in E flat minor. We're almost to D minor. Because we're a half step down. Alright, so I'm going to change. I'm going to put a different drive pedal in front here. Because I've got an idea. I think this will be the perfect pedal to use. Let's see, so let's take the Tube Screamer out. This might be a good one too. We'll throw it in as well. Metal Zone, yeah. No, bro. We are joining the Clang Gang. So we gonna let's get another patch cable. So we're going to go into the Infinem driving notion, which is based kind of loosely on an Ampeg scrambler. And then we're also going to go into the Small Sound Big Sound Mini, which is, if you've watched the stream for long enough, you know is one of my favorite pedals ever. Ever. So let's see. We'll get in there. And then we'll get in there. And then we'll get in there. Alright, hopefully these little crappy patch cables work. Slide all this stuff over this way a little bit so we can actually power it. SRV is watching. Yeah, he's looking up at me, I bet. You fat you. Well, the temptation is to go for, you know, just the most expensive ones. I would definitely try to save the Parker because I love it and it's hard to replace. I would save my two custom electrics. I would save my 1954 J45. And I would probably save. I would be torn between saving my Les Paul and saving a bass. I think I would probably save the Les Paul though. I don't know. That becomes tough. Like the choice for the last one becomes difficult because you know there are some guitars that have sentimental value, but which are essentially production instruments. You know, so technically I could find another one. Yeah, surely you've seen my J45 at some point. I've had it for about 5 years now. Alright, so let's see. So the Driving Notion, let's try it first. The Driving Notion is a really ugly sounding pedal. Which is part of its charm. So that sounds really harsh. Yeah, the green one, because that was a gift from my dad. Um, well, he bought me my very first guitar, the Ibanez Geo, and then he bought my first acoustic, which was just a little cheap Washburn. Um, then I bought the S2020, the Ibanez S2020, with money I'd saved over a summer or so working. And then what would that be? That was when I was 16. So we moved to Georgia when I was 19. So then when I was 19, he bought me the Les Paul, kind of as a combination graduation present / getting a job as a musician and music teacher present. Most of the other ones he buys, though, he tends to buy to resell. There are still a few laying around that he's bought that he's just basically stuck in the collection and have stayed here. Oh, actually, that's one like the Strat. The Strat I was playing earlier, the American Deluxe Strat, is one that he bought at an estate sale. That we'll probably sell it eventually, you know, but it's just kind of in the collection right now for the time being. So I've still got a little bit of work to do on it, cleaning it up and setting it up and stuff like that. He knows more about him now. He didn't really get into it till I started playing and getting into them and collecting them and things. Now he's a lot more aware. So, if he finds something when he's out and about, then he'll send me a picture of it and ask me if he should buy it. Oh, dude, that's pretty cool. I would say draw up a list. If there are specific things that you want, draw up a list and then go through like pros and cons. Or if there are things that you've never played, try to get your hands on them. But if you're just looking for something cool, I can probably find, well, I do find tons of interesting things, obviously, when I'm out searching on the internet. textural pedal. And all the controls, so basically the way it works, you have an input and output gain, which is basically, you know, front end gain and then volume. But then we have treble and bass gain, and then the ability to mix between these two different circuits. So we can mix like to 100% treble. We get this really thin, harsh kind of tone. Start to add in a lot of hiss. Then we start to blend that out and blend to the bass side. We start to blend the bass side up. Colorful textural sound. It's a really cool pedal. It's incredibly ugly by itself, but you can find some really interesting sounds in it just by fiddling and tweaking and fiddling and tweaking and fiddling and tweaking that not really many other pedals, or any other pedals for that matter, can do, which is why these things have gotten so expensive now that he quit building. Well, I mean, you can always step up to, you know, a higher end Jazzmaster, or you know, you could look into some of the boutique builders' takes on Jazzmasters, like say the Tom Anderson Raven, which can do Jazzmaster tones, can do, you know, hotter tones and more mellow kind of tones, like almost Jaguar style tones, because of his ability to tap the pickups in multiple ways. Yeah, it's definitely the kind of pedal where you can, because the sounds are so extreme, you can find interesting places in the mix with it, where it just kind of like suddenly makes everything cut through or punch a lot more. But it's very, very clangy and harsh on its own. Alright, so now I'm going to switch in the Mini. See, this still sounds like the gain's all the way down on the Mini right now. So the Mini is a JFET based boost and overdrive. Let's turn the mod off for a second. This spot on it where we've got just like a little bit of graininess right around the edges of the notes. Start to cut the voltage on the transistors, and they'll start to get a little more ragged sounding. Let's cut our highs a little bit too. completely, start to get kind of Velcro-y. How to write post rock in 3 easy steps. Yeah, the Spanish fly, as it was called occasionally, with nylon strings. It's pretty cool sound, and they did a steel string only version too, with no magnetic pickups that used phosphor bronze strings. I love the Mini though, because you can go from just picking hard and getting this to picking soft and getting. Just get completely destroyed. Just like a wall of sound. You could completely cut all the lows out, make it completely bright and brittle. Well, yeah, so um, this is a Fly Deluxe, right? And the way you can tell it's a Fly Deluxe is that on the serial number up here, if you can get it close enough to read it, it'll end with BP, which stands for basswood and poplar. So this has a basswood neck and a poplar body, and then it's wrapped essentially in the carbon fiber skin. It's like super super crazy thin carbon fiber skin. There's also the Fly Classic, which they made, which is a mahogany body, usually still a basswood neck. Though you will find variations where they'll have like real early ones will have redwood necks, and then later some of the classics will have mahogany necks as well. Same body shape, same electronic setup, but different wood. Then you have the Fly Artist, which is the one that I would really like to find, which is a spruce body, which is actually even lighter. They usually weigh like 3.5 pounds, like under 4 pounds, which is crazy. And the cool thing about the Parkers, because they have exactly the same electronics platform until you get into some of the later models, you actually really do kind of hear the difference between the different body woods, because the Parker is designed almost like the top of an acoustic guitar. It's like an archtop guitar, essentially. And when you play it, it feels a lot like an acoustic guitar, the way it sort of resonates under your hands and stuff. Uh, so when you switch to a classic, you hear a lot more kind of mid-range chunk coming from the mahogany. When you switch to the artist, you hear a lot more kind of balance and color from the spruce. When you switch to what they call the Supreme was solid flamed maple. Then you hear a lot more kind of brightness and throatiness from the flame maple. And they made a few occasionally with different woods in that series. And then they made a series called the Nightfly, like Ofasud mentions, which was their more affordable line at the time, up until about maybe 2001, 2002. They were all still U.S. made, and then they started coming out with a bunch of import lines, which have a really wide range of feature sets. But the imports usually don't have the carbon fiber fingerboards or anything like that on them for the most part. But the Nightflies had a thicker body that was more kind of like it's still the same outline, but it was more the thickness of a Strat. It didn't have the crazy contours or anything on it like this. It's just kind of like a regular electric guitar body, but with this shape. And then most of them have pickguard mounted electronics. So with a couple different setups, there were single, single, hum, single, 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 and a couple with hum, hum. And then they still have this bridge with the acoustic pickup in them. Sometimes they have a little bit different switching options. They also made one called the Fly S2, which was this kind of body shape with single, single, hum. And then they made an S3 that they only made a couple of that had 3 singles like a Strat in it with this body shape. There was one of those for sale recently though, and it was killing me. It'd be eye-wateringly expensive because it's so rare. But so different variations of the Nightfly. Then after Ken Parker sold the company, they changed to what was called the Refined Fly. This would be a pre-refined fly, which is the original design. The most noticeable way to tell is that this has the thumb wheel for adjusting the bridge spring tension on the front. On the Refined Fly, they covered that up so you can only access it from the back, because people like to just screw on that and turn on that knob and wreck their guitar. But they changed a few other things. They changed the knobs that they use. They changed the electronics up a little bit. They changed the type of jack that it uses. And a few other things that made it easier to manufacture, because this guitar was apparently incredibly expensive to manufacture. Like they were literally losing money on them, even selling them for $3,000 plus back then. And I mean, they started producing this in like 94, 95. So like that kind of money for a guitar was crazy back then. But once they changed to the Refined Fly, they started coming out with some different models. So you started to see like the Fly Mojo, which was mahogany body, and then you could get it with like a flame maple top on the mahogany body. You still had the wrap on the back, but you didn't have the full wrap in the same way that you do on some of the earlier ones. The ones with natural finish tops, obviously, like the Artist and the Supreme, don't have the wrap on the top at all or underneath the paint. But 3 or 4 different models kind of like that. Then they came out with a variation of the Nightfly called the Southern Nightfly, which was basically a Nightfly with Telecaster electronics, which is really cool too. The Nightflies all have thicker necks than the Flies do as well. They vary on these because they were handmade, and so they'll be slightly different shapes each time. But the Nightflies have kind of a uniform, sort of chunky 60s Fender feel almost. Now, maybe not quite that thick. But then they came out with even more import models. Like they came out with like a funky acoustic sort of thing with a magnetic pickup right above the sound hole. Several others. Then they decided to make it so that they put Seymour Duncans in them, and made the body slightly thicker so you could use whatever pickups you wanted. Because in these early ones, you basically can only use the pickups they come with, because it's so thin where the pickups are that the pickups had to be custom made on extra narrow bobbins. So you can't really replace them without doing a whole lot of work to the guitar. So later on, after they went to the refined stage and then they moved into the Mojo stage, they started mounting Duncans in, just off the shelf Duncans, and then you could swap in whatever you wanted. They changed the body shape and thickness slightly. But there have been a whole bunch of different variations. Like he was talking about, there's the Spanish Fly, which is just nylon strings with the acoustic pickup, no magnetic pickups. They did the Bronze Fly, which was bronze, phosphor bronze strings with no magnetic pickups. It was meant to capture more of an acoustic kind of sound. If you look at the really early ones, you'll see lots of weird variants too. There was also the MIDI Fly, which had a Roland, or had the synth pickup built in into the bridge, and they did a MIDI Night Fly as well, a handful of those. As the Night Flies went on, they came out with, probably 6 or 7 different variations over the years. Then, even later, a few years before they started to kind of go out of business, they changed to a new body shape called the Dragonfly and the Max Fly, which is a little more traditional looking than this. It's still pretty cool looking, but instead of having this kind of angled horn down here, it sort of stops right around here and looks a little more standard. It doesn't have as hard of a curve or contour in the back like this does either. And then they made some bolt-on versions of that too, and made some Nightfly versions of that as well. First guitar and having a bell, I don't know, because Godin was doing some stuff with piezos really early. Viette and Citroen were doing stuff with piezos back in the 80s too, but they were contemporaries of Parker. Oh no, dude, they're nowhere close to the complete history of Parker guitars. Nowhere close. You should look up the guitars that he builds now too. His arch tops, they are something else. Like they're from another planet. And they cost like they're from another planet too. But Parker's at least the legit ones, the Flies like this. The Night Flies feel pretty much like a normal guitar. They have more flexibility because of the electronic setup and stuff. But the actual Flies like this, there are guitars that you really need to play before you commit to spending a lot of money on one, because they are extremely unique. They don't feel like anything else under either hand, the pick or the left hand. They sit against your body very differently. They are a totally unique experience. I love it. Since I got it, it has become one of my favorite guitars in my collection. But a lot of people pick them up and hate them. Yeah, I mean, if you want to really kind of get what he was trying to do, the Night Flies were meant to be sort of a bridge to the traditional guitar market. They still have the carbon fiber on the neck. They still have, the electronics. They still have the ability to switch between electric and acoustic sounds and blend them, that kind of stuff. They still have this cool bridge setup instead of, a traditional Strat style setup. But people don't realize, like, just how elaborate this guitar design is. So you have a two-way truss rod that is actually just a cable. It's like a cable-driven truss rod, which is not like anything else, which was apparently a concession to factory production. He didn't want to have one at all originally, because he pre-built, the necks were pre-built with a certain relief in them for optimal action. But these have stainless steel frets, which are only just now becoming common. This was, I think, the first production guitar ever with stainless steel frets. And they have no tang. So when you go to put a fret in a neck, let's look at the side of this Strat here. When you put frets in the neck, they have what's called the tang, which is this little bar on the bottom side of the fret that has little grips or little prongs on it. You cut the fret slot slightly narrower than that and then press the fret in, usually give it gentle taps with a hammer. Some companies will add glue too, but it's not always a great idea and make it more difficult to refret it. And if you cut the slot properly, then just the tang will grip into the wood and you'll be pretty good to go. Um, the Parker doesn't have those. It just has little flat, smooth bars on the bottom, and the frets are actually epoxied into the fingerboard. So basically, you have frets that'll never wear out, and as long as you don't do something ridiculous, frets that'll never work loose. Now, people have done stupid things with them and managed to get the frets to pop out and break the epoxy, and then they have, absolute chaos, and it's unbelievably difficult to fix and repair. But as long as you don't do anything stupid, it'll be fine. But so you can sort of see on the side of these, there's no tang, there's no little spot sticking down where it grips into the wood because it's essentially encased and epoxied into the fingerboard. Uh, the neck is a completely smooth transition without being neck through. It's actually like a finger joint. If you're familiar with woodworking, like most set neck instruments will tend to use like a dovetail or a mortise and tenon, like a little box joint that sticks into the pocket and is glued in this way. This one uses multiple separate fingers that are glued into each other this way, which let them take it way, way, way down and get this really, really extreme contouring. So you can sort of see from the side here, from this angle, it's kind of blending with my shirt, but how thin it gets towards the middle. Then flat side on the bottom so it can rest on your leg okay, and it's radius or curved around this way so that it kind of lays right across your body, sort of fits the curvature of your stomach and your chest. Though some people, if you get too much of a gut, it pushes it forward and causes a little elbow here to poke you in the sternum, which is a complaint you hear from a lot of people about it. Then the only basically non-bespoke or non-custom part on these was the tuners. It has Spurzhole locking tuners on it, but the nut, the frets, the fingerboard, the bridge assembly, the electronics are all completely custom designed for these guitars. I'll get a screwdriver and show you the inside of the cavity. It's pretty different too. This one should work. Right, because it's not at all like a Strat on underneath or a Floyd Rose or anything. It is totally different. Yeah, in both cases, they both were and still are kind of ahead of the market, though, like way ahead of the market. Because I mean, you look at this guitar and you don't think of this as a guitar that went into production in 1994, um, and you see lots of stuff that this does now on production instruments. But so if we look at our electronics are all custom mounted on custom PC boards with ribbon cable connectors, right? So the circuit could actually be designed to mix the sound between the piezo and the electric sounds exactly the way that he wanted. And then our switching jack here, we have a little button so we can change between a stereo jack and a mono jack, so we can run the acoustic and electric sounds to the same amp or out to two separate amps with a stereo cable. Then we have our trim spring assembly, which is one of the coolest things about this. So instead of having just like little coil springs, typical springs like you would see in a Strat, this has a custom spring that's almost like half of a leaf spring or a flat spring, kind of like a curved flat spring, that is set to the string tension that you want to use. So in this case I use 9, so I have a 9 spring. You can get 10, 11, and 12 springs. These days though you have to buy them used, obviously, since they're out of business, which is starting to get pretty dodgy because dudes are hoarding them. That spring is then mounted into this assembly, and then the tension on the spring to compensate for your tuning and in your action, which is adjusted by raising the sides of the bridge with these two studs here, is adjusted by tightening or loosening the thumb wheel down here on the bottom, right? The bridge is currently in fixed mode, right, with this little slider right here holding on to this pin, right? So now the bridge, it's basically a fixed bridge. I flip this over, it lets that go. Now I can put the bar in and use it in vibrato mode. So I can push on it, put the bar in and dive. With it switched over this way, I can dive down. I can't pull up, but I can also essentially just treat it like a fixed bridge, which is pretty cool. So you can kind of immediately switch between a locked-in fixed bridge for tuning or for anything where you're not planning on using the trim arm. Flip the switch. Now you're in vibrato mode. You can use the vibrato, and with the graphite nut and locking tuners, it tends to stay in tune pretty much perfectly when you use the trim arm. So there's a ton of engineering that went into this. The Nightfly, like I said, is basically just kind of like you took a Parker-shaped body and then merged it with a Strat. And that's got its own advantages. It'd be great to have one just because to get some single coil sounds for one. They kind of have their own vibe. Like I said, a little chunkier, a little more vintage style neck. You're going to play on it a little differently than you will one of these. But if you want to really kind of get your head around what Parker was doing and why it was so far ahead of its time, you definitely want a Fly rather than a Nightfly. So this is a Fly Deluxe. Fly Deluxes are almost always solid colors because they tend to be poplar bodies. Poplar's not usually a very pretty wood, relatively speaking. The Classic will be mahogany. The Artist will be spruce. The Supreme will be maple. There are a couple other weirdos that you'll see every now and then made out of different combinations. They tend to be really pricey because collectors want them, so they didn't make them in large numbers. The Deluxe and the Classic are far and away the most common ones. There's also the Fly Standard, which has a hardtail, just a complete hardtail. It doesn't even have the routing for the bridge or vibrato at all. It's just this bridge unit completely minus vibrato everything. But if you're going to get one with the vibrato. That's half the fun. It's how kind of cool the system is. But I think Rusty, Rusty and Shackelford, we were talking about this, or Rusty Builds now. It used to be Rusty Shackelford. And this is designed. This is kind of like the supercar of its day. It's just like over-engineered. There's so much stuff that is unique about it to maximize its performance for what it does. But you might not need it. You might get it in your hands and be like, this is too fast. This is too crazy. This is too many things to keep track of. Too much stuff to manage and manipulate. One of the reasons I got such a good deal on this is because when the store brought it in, someone had been cranking on this wheel and the bridge was like pulled up completely this way. The electronics were dead because they hadn't bothered to change the battery in it. They didn't realize there was a battery, which is down here underneath this door. And had all these problems, and they didn't want to sell it online because they didn't want to sell it to somebody sight unseen and have them get it and be like, oh man, this thing's awful and broken. So I looked at it and said, oh, this is all stuff that you can fix, I'm pretty sure. And then so I Googled Parker Fly manual and looked up the manual and went like, oh yeah, it just needs a battery. It just needs this wheel adjusted. It just needs new strings. It had like 13s on it too when I got it, which is hilarious. And they had a big sign over the wheel here, like a piece of paper taped to the top that said, do not touch wheel. So I got it pretty cheap, all things considered, and then got it home and put a set of 9s on it and dialed in the wheel and put a battery in it, and it was fine. And it's been exactly the same since. I have not adjusted the action or anything on it whatsoever. It's pretty much just been golden ever since. That's part of the advantage of like both the design and the carbon fiber. The neck is so stable that it doesn't really move. I bargained a little bit. It was already pretty cheap. I basically got him to throw in the tax. That was at the store that Alec and I were talking about earlier that never, ever, ever wants to haggle at all. And it's incredibly annoying. But in this case, the guy, I managed to talk to the manager about it, which was an advantage because the manager can actually do stuff for you. And he was the one who said, like, hey, we didn't want to sell this online because of the condition issues. So I'd prefer to sell it locally. So if you want it, we'll help you out a little bit. And so I got him to take the tax off, which was about $50. And then I wound up buying the case a couple months later at the store that I mentioned earlier for $50. So kind of evened out. So I wound up with the guitar and the case for what it was tagged for approximately. All right, let me get these screws back on here before I lose them. Move that over a little bit. Let's see, we definitely want to put that one in. That's one of the advantages of living relatively close to a really big city like Atlanta. If you're willing to go put the time in looking around, you'll find stuff. Does mean you have more competition, so you have to kind of stay on top of it more, but it's out there, and there's enough of it where you'll find something as long as you keep at it. So what we do, sometimes it'll be me and Alec, or sometimes me and my dad, or Keep Watch, or our other friend Brett. We'll just pick a Saturday or a day that we all have off, and we'll just go ride all the way from up here. I'm up in the northern suburbs, the northwestern suburbs of Atlanta, and we'll ride from here all the way to like the western side of Atlanta and hit every single pawn shop and every single music store. We'll leave at 10 o'clock in the morning or something, and then go. Pawn shops usually close around 5, so we'll hit up all the pawn shops we can until they start to close, and then we'll hit up. God, we've got Kennesaw, Marietta. We've got like 5 guitar centers within about 45 minutes of each other in the general Atlanta area. And then at least, probably 4 or 5 pretty good local and independent music stores. So we'll just take a whole day and just go scouring, looking for whatever we can find. Not to mention, doing the yard sale thing or whatever. Yard sales, estate sales, auctions. Auctions, though, you have to be way out in the country to get something at an auction. If you're at an auction in the city, then there'll be somebody who'll outbid you just to outbid you. Thrift stores too. Got a bunch of thrift stores. We've talked about that before, though. The classical behind me came from a thrift store. Daily Blend, thanks for that follow. Yeah, sure. Hold on. Actually, this guitar's in a half step down. Let's swap to a different guitar for a minute. We talked about the Parker and played the Parker for a while. Would be a good one. Just a sec. Just a sec. Let's change to something with a little more vintagey. For a while, only for a while. Let's go to the opposite. Guitar with an obnoxiously heavy case. It smells like cedar though, it's incredible. Every time you open the case, I've had this guitar since 2006. And you still just get a big puff of cedar every time you open it up. I do have a Les Paul, but this guitar has the pickups out of phase in the middle, so we can get that really biting kind of BB King tone. This is a Terry McInturf. Technically a Taurus is what he calls this body shape. But this one is semi-hollow. It has a tuned ported chamber, Spanish cedar body, Eastern flame maple top, Honduran mahogany neck, Gaboon ebony fingerboard, custom wound Wolf Tone Legends, which are kind of PAF style pickups. Let's see, just find a strap with strap locks on it. There we go. I had this guitar built for me in 2006. It's crazy changing from the Parker though, which weighs like 4.5 pounds, to this, which weighs like 9 pounds. It is way thicker with 2 C's. Much chunkier sounding guitar. Right, but I had it wound. One of my favorite guitar players ever is a guy named Peter Green, who just passed away, a month or so ago. And on his guitar, he had his neck pickup magnetically out of phase with his bridge pickup, because apparently he took it apart at some point and put the magnet on with the wrong orientation, which in the middle position, I had him do that. Gives us this kind of thin and honky sort of tone. here. That's cool. Just be careful. I don't know if they've got policy against that. I mean, I guess since you're doing it, I can't get banned if you do it, right? All right, let's get some reverb. Let's do a little less low end. And then let's get a little bit of grit. Not much, because those Lab Series amps that BB ran didn't overdrive much, but when you really push them, it's like this little bit of crispiness. Whee! Bring the gain up, the level jumps pretty rapidly. Yeah, it's probably getting us a little closer, getting that JFET front end. You don't have a guitar, you gotta get a guitar. What else is there to live for? No, really, I'm asking. You should get a guitar. I mean, it's a great thing. It's a great thing. Whether or not you ever turn out to be good at it or not, it's still just a really enjoyable, a really fun thing. And adds a lot to your life, honestly. Because, I mean, what else could you do? Sitting around playing video games. Be sitting around watching people do stuff on Twitch. What a waste of time. You could be learning something productive like playing guitar. Wait. Again, this seems counterproductive. I mean, you'll never know till you get one. You get one and you go for it. Ah, man, my eye's starting to burn. Got some dust in it or something. Yeah, the best time to start was yesterday. You know, it's as much about just putting time into it as anything else. You know, if you put regular practice time into working on it, you'll see progress. You know. Hey, Zonpaul, what's going on? How are you? Yeah, I mean, go look around if you've got... We were just talking about how I find lots of guitars in pawn shops and thrift stores, places like that. That can be a little bit troublesome because you don't necessarily know what you're looking at first, but... You know, just get a good little cheap electric guitar and amp. get started. You know, a lot of what we do on here is kind of centered around teaching and helping people learn stuff and get better at guitar. So you're always welcome to jump in and ask questions. We even have a Discord if you have a Discord. Guitars are usually 6 strings. Basses are typically 4 or 5. So there's our Discord. We have a community where we talk about guitar and music stuff pretty much all week long and in between the streams. Yeah, like Zompal says, I mean, you can even get like amp emulations for your phone. You know, your phone or your tablet or your computer, and just play through that. Ah, God, this guitar sounds so good. You know, I don't break this one out. This is a guitar I gig with. Like, if I'm playing a show, 9 times out of 10, this guitar goes. But when I'm playing at home, I don't play it that much because the case is really heavy, and it's a very heavy guitar. Dude, that is amazing. Thank you. Thank you for the sub. I really appreciate that. But that means, oh, you could use our emotes now too. We have a couple goofy emotes. So make sure to spam those emotes all over the place. Well, that's good. You should definitely get one and try it. If you look through some of our clips, I don't think we have anything to we might be 1 or 2 instructional highlights. But some of our clips, we have some beginner advice, and I'll be happy to. I mean, I stream Monday, Wednesday, Fridays in the U.S. So if you get your guitar, let us know, and we'll go through some of the basic stuff. We'll do some beginner stuff to kind of help you out when you actually have it in your hands. But yeah, this guitar, every time I get it out at home, I'm just like, God, this guitar sounds amazing. Like, I remember why I had it built. Paul, he just ordered his first guitar. Or she. Yeah, this is a golden age for guitars. You know, there's so many good production guitars and so many guitars that are being built by, you know, master builders from this guy to people who are just getting started, who are doing really impressive work, because there's so much info. You can learn so much before you ever build your first guitar these days, that you can cut out a lot of the shortcut or a lot of the mistakes that you would have to make otherwise, and learn from experience. Have you ever gigged with a 7-string? Yeah, 2 or 3 times, in fact. My favorite one was a Southern Gospel gig that we had, where I was playing bass, and for all of the rehearsals I had taken like 4-string and 5-string basses, and all of the songs were pretty much just doing like this, and the bass just goes dun 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 dun, that kind of stuff. But when the day of the show, every band before us is playing like 4-string P basses, And then I brought the 7 string and got the 7 string out and played the 7 string for the entire show, and then would switch between different octaves. Da do 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 bum dun 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 da da da. You know, play high octaves of everything. Still just playing 2 notes for the most part for every chord, but playing them in totally different registers than you can on a 4. Yeah, the whole gosh, itchy nose. Wood most definitely matters. It doesn't necessarily matter in the way that people talk about sometimes. You know, when people get into the whole like magical mystery mojo whatever. But it most definitely matters. Now, if you put insanely hot pickups on your guitar, the wood matters less. You know, or if you play with crazy amounts of gain at all times, the wood doesn't matter quite as much. But the pickups can only pick up what's there already. You know, what is being generated acoustically within the instrument, one way or the other. You know, they can't add anything that's not there. They can take away, they can subtractively remove things, they can emphasize and de-emphasize certain frequencies. But the actual chassis of an instrument, whether electric or acoustic, is fundamentally acoustic in terms of the way that the string's vibration is generated. Let's bring that bias up some more. Let's clean it up. I think like with when it comes to amplifying a really good acoustic guitar, it's very difficult to beat a high quality condenser microphone. But that's not super practical for a lot of performances. So a lot of the combination systems that'll use like say a small internal mic and then either a bridge transducer or a magnetic transducer in conjunction tend to be kind of optimal for getting a good acoustic kind of sound. Now, if I'm just playing in a rock band or a country band or something like that and I need an acoustic sound for a couple songs, then piezo all day long. Because you can really only get away with a nice mic, a really nice mic, if you're sitting still. Dude, that's awesome. Let us know. Let us know when it gets here. We'll be streaming. I'll be streaming Wednesday night again as well. You know, we can kind of walk you through. You know, there's usually stuff that needs to be adjusted and tweaked and stuff like that, and we can probably help you out with that, even just by talking. Yeah, the big thing is getting it set up, you know, to a comfortable level. When it comes out of the box, it may or may not be set up in a nice way. And when we talk about setup, we mean how far the strings are away from the neck, that kind of stuff. A lot of times when they ship, they're not really adjusted at all. But But we can usually kind of say like, okay, if the strings are this far away from the neck, then you probably need to adjust this. And if you've got a good set of Allen wrenches and you've got some screwdrivers on hand, it's not too tough at all to adjust a lot of basic things. We'll check it out, see what you got here. Oh, one of my students has one of those. But, I mean, that should be pretty fine. I said it'll probably need a little bit of tweaking. But, if you've got some basic tools around, it's not hard to tweak them and adjust them to make sure they play okay. But, yeah, pretty standard Strat style guitar. Every time I see your name, I think of the name of the Dutch footballer Daley Blind. Just a random thing that popped into mind. Because his name phonetically in English looks like Daley Blind. Or Daley Blind. I guess you could pronounce it that way. Kind of fun using like the different types of vibrato. B.B. King's vibrato is this very tight, kind of fluttery vibrato. He sort of pivots or flutters his hand out. Versus like Kossoff's vibrato. Oh, Lord. Thrill Is Gone's not too bad. Not too bad, really. BB has kind of a very specific and narrow style of playing. If you can kind of get your head around his little conventions. Usually his stuff's not too bad, not too tough to play. Now, making it feel exactly right, a little bit of a different story. Getting the subtleties, is a little different issue. But just playing the notes isn't too bad at all. Most of the time. Yeah, definitely get the notes first. Je parle un peu de français and a bit of Spanish and a bit of German. Probably speak more French than anything else, though not really as conversationally capable as I would like to be because I don't have anybody to speak it with. My brother lived in France for several years, though, so he speaks it pretty well, so we talk sometimes. Talk with random people on the internet sometimes. patch cables is giving out. Yeah, happy to have you again. Thanks for that sub. That's super awesome. Just sub the first night you come and hang out. But next stream will be Monday night. I think we'll be doing Mellow Mondays, which we'll be doing like chill music, folk music, jazz, cool stuff like that. But but if it'll be here Wednesday, we'll be streaming Wednesday night too. So I usually start at about 9 p.m. Eastern in the U.S. and then run till midnight, running kind of late at night because it's Friday or Saturday now. But like I said, jump in again. If you're not in the Discord, make sure you get in the Discord if you have it, because that's the easiest way to keep track of what's going on, to make requests, all that kind of stuff, to ask questions. You know, there's a link in the chat for it. Just check the chat right above you. We have conversation going on pretty much all week long about guitar and music stuff, so. And I am a guitar teacher by trade, so I'm usually happy to answer pretty much any question you got. Just don't expect me to answer it in the morning because I'll be asleep. 80s metal ballads? Yeah, maybe. I mean, we haven't really done a lot. But I'm kind of mixing it up. So we did Metal Monday. Normally this would be a Music Theory Monday, but I'm going to switch it up and do a Mellow Monday and try that out, see how that does. Because we don't get to play a lot of acoustic on here, and that can kind of cover a lot of different types of music too that we don't catch with some of our other theme days. Basically, as long as it's sort of chill, then it'll fly. Then it'll be good to go. The Hawaiian shirts have been more popular than I thought they would be. I just started wearing them because these are, for the most part, my like lazy around the house shirts because they're big and floppy. I don't wear them out a whole lot, but Stupid Hat Matt? No, I've never heard of Stupid Hat Matt. What kind of stuff does he do? Or does he just wear stupid hats? Looks like he's doing touch style stuff. Yeah, like touch style on an 8-string. Yeah, I'll check some of that out later. Huh. Touch style, like full on, like 8-finger style touch style, is never something I've been able to really get into. I think you have to just dedicate so much time specifically just to that. Yeah, I'll watch some later tonight once we get done. once we get done randomly noodling. Start a little more high end out. Ah, come on. I mean, they have their uses. They have their places. Um, sweeping especially, like, I don't tend to care for it when it's just like nonstop. It starts to get kind of monotonous, and the attack has a particular sort of character to it that just lacks variation in many cases. But using it in like just the right spot, or using a really interesting sweep or phrase, can add like so much flavor and so much color, and it sounds super cool. You know, just finding like the choice spot for the sweep. I'm glad you clarified. Well, that's usually though. I mean, so you're talking about child prodigies and kids you see on the internet who are, really, really, really mechanically good at an instrument. It usually takes a lot longer to develop the kind of musical component of that to make it into something that really has musical depth and has feeling. Just because kids don't really have that yet, they don't understand that kind of thing yet. They understand the mechanical part, and some of them really, 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 really work at the mechanical part. But the music part comes from somewhere else, something that, for the most part, doesn't develop till you get a little bit older. Well, a lot of child prodigies wind up giving up as they get older, because they have the mechanical control, but they didn't necessarily work on the musical side of things. In many cases, because their parents said, "Oh, well, look at them; they can play this amazing stuff already. So, come out and be a trained monkey. That's all you need." Which is really sad. But there are definitely some who go on and then become absolutely incredible musicians. think that's more of an issue, especially on guitar, because guitar tends to have this sort of this obsession with technical prowess, with with being as flashy and as skilled and whatever as possible. That exists to some degree on other instruments too, but musical training, like really an emphasis on being a good musician and making good music, is a little more emphasized on other instruments that kids tend to start young on. While guitar, it tends to be like get your kid to play as fast as possible, and then that's all that matters. Matrix Cutter coming in with the Control V's. Well, yeah, I mean, in the piano and violin world, kids that are expected or whose parents want them to be very serious classical musicians start incredibly young. You know, much earlier than most kids tend to start on guitar. Guitar tends to not have that kind of reputation. People don't take it quite as seriously. But it's very very mechanical at first, and hard work will pretty much always outshine the kids who are quote unquote talented. From all the students I've had that come in, I've had a small handful who I would consider so innately naturally talented where they understand and are able to play the instruments with very little effort comparatively. But I've had tons of kids who have maybe a little more than average of what you would call talent, whatever that means. Those kids tend to do really, really, really well at first. And then as things start to get more difficult, those kids start to fall off, or those students start to sort of fall off. They start to hit plateaus and hurdles, and they have a lot more difficulty pushing through them because their extra natural talent or ability or understanding at the beginning was enough to make the easy stuff extra easy, but not enough to make the hard stuff easy. It's only probably a tiny handful, like I said, of students that I've had that can get over the tough stuff just as easily as the easy stuff. But I've had lots of kids and students who have come in with what you would call no discernible natural talent or musical ability whatsoever, and in some cases stuck with it for years, and eventually they hit that point where like it all clicks, it all makes sense, their head and their hands all kind of come together, And suddenly, in some cases, they become really great musicians. But they had to work and work and work and work and put in lots and lots of effort to get to that point. But the good thing about that is that they learned to do the work. They learned to work at the easy stuff and to work at the medium stuff and to work at the hard stuff and to work at everything that came along. Yeah, that's something that's happened quite a bit. Especially in the kind of like post Guitar Hero internet ages. I've had lots of students come in and they want to learn really advanced technical stuff. They want to learn to play really fast stuff or really complex stuff, but they ignore the deeper things, because in a lot of cases the depth is in the easy stuff. The things that actually make your music are all kind of in easy places. All the challenging technical stuff is stuff that you use to express and extend that. But if you don't really understand the musical part, the fundamental part of it, that stuff all tends to sound kind of empty. Uh, so I mean, as far as hand size goes, I've had tiny kids. I have a girl who started with me when she was 6, and she's now I think she's about to turn 9. Uh, and she's playing on a downsized guitar, but she can play pretty capably. She can play pretty much anything I put in front of her and read the music for it and play it fine. She's playing acoustic though, so she's not really doing bending or anything yet, but she does want to, and I think she'll be able to handle it without much problems. The guy that I studied under was a classical guitarist who also played electric guitar and a few other instruments as well. Uh, and his hands compared to mine, I've got big hands, and long stretchy fingers. His hands probably came to like my knuckles. He had tiny, tiny hands, fat fingers, and he could pretty much lay waste to anybody I've ever met, myself included, if he really wanted to. Unbelievable guitar player in practically any style of music, whether it be classical or country or shreddy stuff, whatever. Um, and as far as muscles go, it doesn't really require, if your guitar is set up well, for the most part, it doesn't really require tons of strength or force to play the guitar. In fact, you should be using as little force and pressure as you can get away with. You know, some things obviously like bending require a little bit more, but unless you're playing with 11s or 12s and really high action, it shouldn't require that much power. Yeah, Sean Lane. Sean Lane had small, fat hands. And he could play too many notes, frankly. He got better at that as he got older. He got a little more tasteful, but like you listen to the old stuff and man, he's just like every note possible at all times. But there are so many guitar shapes, so many different neck shapes. You can find a guitar that will work, that will fit your hands. Well, yeah, I mean, you see everything from guys with tiny fat hands to like Paul Gilbert with, I think Paul Gilbert's hands and fingers are even longer than mine. It looks like his hands are just like wrapping around. Or Tal Farlow. There's a jazz guitar player named Tal Farlow. Look up a picture of him holding a guitar. He's playing like an archtop guitar, and he'll have his hand on the neck, and his hand will run from like the end of the fingerboard down to here to like the seventh fret. It's ridiculous. Yeah, Hendrix had huge hands too. Kind of an amusing thing about Tal Farlow is, in spite of his gigantic hands, he would actually usually play his bass notes on his chords with his thumb because he learned to play on ukulele originally with only 4 strings. And so when he got a 6-string guitar, he said he didn't know what to do with the extra 2 strings, so he would just wrap his thumb over and play them all with his thumb. Play little bass lines with his thumb underneath the chords. But it let him play some voicings that you couldn't get otherwise, because you could use all 4 of your fingers on the bottom 4 strings and then move your bass notes with your thumb underneath. Oh yeah, there was the guy that played for the Pope, right? That played guitar with his feet. Then there's a couple other YouTube videos of people doing that too, like playing legit too, not just like strumming it. Just remember to drink water occasionally. That's helpful. Yeah, let's not use that pedal. Pedal's too much. So typically when you're improvising, you don't want to be thinking that much. You don't want to be thinking like super consciously, okay, I'm going to play this chord's coming up, so I can play this scale, or this arpeggio, or this whatever. And then this chord's coming up, and I can play this one, or this one. If you start having to think like that while you're playing, there's going to be kind of like a disconnect. It's going to be really hard to create fluid sorts of sounds and lines and stuff. So typically, depending on how complex the piece of music and the chords that you're improvising are over, you want to be listening to it and playing with it a lot on its own beforehand, playing along with recordings, making sure you really kind of know the basic outline of the tune, and have it internalized. So if it's like, you can hear in your head, you can sort of hear the chords changing and then start sort of creating or constructing lines. Okay, well, maybe I might want to try playing this scale on top of this chord, and start developing just themes. You start building up a little vocabulary in your head, and then you can start kind of expanding that when you go play live. You can say, well, okay, I've got these kind of ideas. Let me throw in these little other things. Let me throw in this passing tone. Let me tweak it. Let me, modify it in these ways. As you do that more and more and more and more and more, the longer you play, the more you work at that kind of thing, it gets to where you don't really even think in those terms. You start just sort of hearing lines in your head. And you just start singing along, humming, and making weird noises like that, and play along with them. Oh yeah, didn't update guitar. Sorry. Need to update guitar command. That's like 2 guitars ago. This is a Mac and Turf custom ported Taurus. There you go. Guitar command is up to date now. Yeah, so I mean, theory is descriptive. This is another thing that we talk about a lot. We do music theory streams sometimes. These days in a contemporary sense, music theory is all descriptive. It's all explaining like, okay, well, these notes, when we put them together in this way, create this scale, this set of intervals, this specific set of sounds. Because the intervals, are descriptors or names for specific string or note relationships and the sounds that they produce that we then combine in different combinations to make scales and to make chords. It's not as prescriptive a thing. It's not where you sit down and say like, okay, I have to use this scale on top of this chord at all times or else it's wrong. There was a time when music theory was more kind of like that, but that's long gone. That's been gone since pretty much the end of the 19th century and definitely since the 20th century. You can put any note on top of anything else as long as you can hear it. If you can hear that idea in your head, then it'll work. Sometimes you find that idea by stumbling around randomly. But the names, the theory lets us go like, okay, wait, what was that sound that I just made? Oh, that was a diminished fifth interval. So I know how to find that again. And then you can go, well, okay, well, wait, if I played the tones of, the minor pentatonic scale and added a diminished fifth to it, then wait a second, I've got a minor blues scale. And now you have a convenient name for finding that sound again and for telling somebody else what you did. But it's not like a hard and fast rule that, okay, I have to use these scales on top of these chords or these whatevers in this particular place. It becomes more about describing what you're doing and starting to understand and think about what you're doing in a linguistic terms, rather than it being completely arbitrary, rather than like, well, okay, I think I put my finger on the 6th fret on the E string that time. It helps you find that consistently and communicate that, whether to yourself or to other people. But when you're actually improvising, you want to be in the music. You want to be hearing phrases and ideas in your head and then translating them out of your fingers. Your fingers will do that more easily the more sort of scales and patterns and things and shapes like that they know. Because then you go like, okay, well, I want this sound. Well, that comes out of this scale, and your brain will automatically find it. But that just takes a lot of time and practice to get to that point. And a lot of transcribing, like learning songs by ear, sitting down and figuring them out. Just think of it like a tool, because that's what it is. It's a tool. So listen for keytones. The first thing to try to find is the tone that sounds like the root. So I mean, literally just sit there and go until you find yourself kind of locking in to the tone. When you get to the root of the chord, you'll hear it kind of, clasp in, because that's what the root is. It's that sort of point to which everything resolves and to which everything else compares. Now, there are types of chords when you get into songs with polychords and stuff where that becomes more difficult, but you can usually still find like sort of a center tone, right? And then from that center tone, try to hear like, okay, is there a third? What type of third is it? Is it a major third? Is it a minor third? If there's no third, if there's no clear, let's say we take this D here, here's a major third, here's a minor third, here's the major third an octave higher, minor third an octave higher, 2 octaves higher. Right? If you can't hear one of those thirds, which is one of the strongest sounds in our musical system, right, then you go, okay, if there's no third, it must be some type of suspension or something to that effect, or at least a thirdless chord. So we probably have a 4 or a 2, both of which create these kind of ambiguities. Our brain wants that to resolve to a third. If you don't hear any of those, or either of those two, then it may just be a thirdless voicing. Something that just omits it but plays a typical voicing otherwise. Usually, though, your brain will kind of infer the third, but that's a whole different sort of issue. But you start listening for those tones basically in the order in which the chords tend to be built. So you try to find the root. And you isolate the root. Okay, the root's a D. All right, well, is there a third? Okay, I hear a minor third. Well, okay, is there a 7th? No, I don't hear a 7th. Well, okay, is there a ninth. Is it, okay, there sounds like something that could be a ninth. Is it a major ninth or a minor ninth? That minor ninth is going to really scream at you if it's there, which is basically a flat 2 or a flat 9, right? If it's a minor third, the major ninth will be very consonant, right? If it's a minor type chord, by the way, we can't have a sharp 9. And then go from there, like extension by extension. Try to sort of stair step your way up the chord. Because the chords are built, unless we're playing like contemporary stuff with chordal harmony, they're basically always built out of stacked thirds. So we can hear, once we identify that root, like, okay, there's a minor third. Okay, there's the perfect fifth. There's the minor seventh. Oh, there's an octave. There's a minor third again. Oh wait, there's a perfect fourth, so there's an 11th. So wait, this is a minor 11th chord. Minor 11 with no 9. We could make it a 9 by dropping that a half step. But you just kind of work through it, chunk by chunk by chunk. Just listen to that one chord over and over and over again until you start to pick out a tone. Once you can pick out one tone, it becomes a lot easier to pick out the other tones, because chords are built pretty, in most cases, in a pretty traditional and formulaic manner. Even something like this is a voicing where we don't have the root in the bass. This would be a fourth inversion of the chord with the ninth in the bass. In the way that this would be used in most cases, anyway. Right? We can still hear like da da da. We can hear that triad inside of it, and then go like ba. Okay, that's gonna want to resolve ba 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 ba, and we can hear it relative to that root in the octave that it's in. Those are, as a rule, the most tough ones to kind of identify, though, because our brain likes to try to hear the root in the bass of things. Or if you go listen to Ben Modern, listen to his crazy chords. And then a lot of what's called like non-functional harmony, which is essentially chords that don't necessarily relate to each other in the ways that they would in the context of the harmonized major scale. We did that whole music theory lesson on building the chords from the major scale, right? That gives us essentially functional harmony, where we wind up with this sort of dominant tonic sort of sound. You get into more contemporary stuff, contemporary classical music, avant-garde jazz, and fusion and things, we start getting more non-functional harmony, chords that don't really try to find their way from a dominant to a tonic. They may be just completely random chords strung together in different ways. You can actually still analyze that relative to functional harmony in most cases and show how it sort of breaks from that. And why it is, random. But it doesn't necessarily stick to any particular rules. Yeah, just the more you listen, the more you do it, and the more you listen, the better you'll get at it. There's just no way around that. And listen to more and more complex kind of things, as you go on. Expose yourself to stuff that's going to really push your ability to hear it. I know when I first started, there were chords, even just something like a diminished chord, which to me now is the most common sound in the world, and you really do actually hear it a lot. Every time you hear a 7 chord, you hear a diminished triad, in fact. But when I first heard this chord and tried to learn to play this chord, I could not comprehend how on earth anybody would ever want to use a chord that sounded like this. And then eventually you get to where you're going to using it in the most kind of cliche ways imaginable. Sylvain Luc is an incredible player, an absolutely incredible ear. At really, really, really wild chords in some cases. Yeah, you just have to go for it. You just have to do it. And keep doing it and keep doing it and keep doing it and keep doing it. Something I'm still working on, trying to get my thumb, like the finger tone versus the thumb tone, kind of evened out. Because the thumb tone tends to pop a little bit more. Yeah, Lenny Bro style harmonics, harp harmonics. Works better on some guitars than others too. Yeah, and I mean Lenny got variations of that really from Chet Atkins to an extent, and then there were a few jazz guitarists like George Van Epps who did it quite a bit too. That predated him, but Lenny, I mean, he was absolutely unreal at it. There's a guitar player named Jody Fisher now, another jazz guitar player who is absolutely amazing at it, like getting really complex kind of sequences between harmonics and pluck tones. Pluck tones. Let's see. I was going to look something up. Doo-doo-doo-doo. I was going to check. Yeah, every now and then I'll dream of a piece of music, and then like I'll be consciously aware that I'm dreaming of a piece of music because it'll be an orchestral piece or something like that, and I will think to myself, remember how this melody goes, so you can play it and write it when you wake up, and then then it's gone. You wake up and it's all gone. I've never actually learned classical gas before. That might be a fun one to do sometime. That'd be a good one for the Monday stream, for the Mellow Monday stream. And for the new classical. Officer, did you see that? Speaking of the classical, Officer, did you see the new classical guitar from maybe a couple weeks ago? I don't think you made that stream, so I don't know if you ever saw it. This is your brain on quesadillas and beer. Well, let me grab it real quick. It's right over here, right around the corner in a case. I usually run it through a different amp, but should be fine through an electric amp. Yeah, that's one I should have thought of earlier. That's one that I found for sale online way too cheap, and then Dad bought it. We'll probably eventually resell it just because it's worth way too much to keep, but let's see. Stuck on. So this is a guitar by Kirk Sand, built around California. And as you can see, it's a carved back and sides, and very thin for a classical guitar, but surprisingly loud. I need to wear it on a strap because of how small it is, though. And then this guy builds guitars that are played by Jerry Reed, and before he died, and Tommy Emmanuel, Richard Smith. A lot of the guys in the sort of Chet Atkins tradition, but then a lot of like jazz guys and like bossa nova guys too. Yeah, I'm not sure if I can't find the exact manual for this electronic system, so I'm not sure if the LED is supposed to be a low battery indicator LED, because some of my other guitars have that. It's like 1 15/16, so it's like a 16th of an inch more narrow than a typical classical. Ooh, not exactly. Not exactly. Let's see. That should still be in the Discord somewhere. Do, 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 do. Let's see. Let's see. Just find the. I don't remember which channel it's in. No, it's not in that one. Do, do, do. Music Rex, maybe? No, I don't think it's there. Yeah, there it is. There it is. Yeah, take me to YouTube. Be that way. I do remember. Let's see. So ending phrase. Alright, let's back that up. Boom, 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 boom. Ba-da-da-da-do. You have to go over it again one day. Actually, this guitar would be perfect for it. Doodle-da-da-da. Yeah, Paul, always glad to have you. Always glad to have you. Yeah, definitely have to rework it on this guitar. That'll be so much better. All right, but let's get to that ending phrase. Do do da 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 do 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 da 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 do do. Slow it down a little bit, and then we'll wrap it up after this. Because holy crap, we've been going for 5.5 hours. That's insane. Insane. Almost, not quite. So. Almost, almost. Got to get the second half now. So it's more of an arpeggio. We have that little chromatic line, then we have. Then it changes to sort of a pentatonic sound. Okay, so. That's pretty close. If not exactly, yeah, that's pretty close. All right, so let's see. Yeah, that sounds pretty much dead on. Then a little major 7 at the end. All right, so let's see. Got to get the retard though. Got to get that little slow down towards the last. I mean, you could start the phrase up here. But it sounds to me like he's shifting up the neck. It's actually spelled with an I in this case, Ritard. But people can't resist. You can't teach kids that one anymore. They can't help themselves. is a really pretty piece of music, though. That's a really good one. I'm gonna definitely work that out on here. That's like the perfect piece of music for this guitar. This was made by. We'll do one last guitar edit. This was made by a builder named Kirk Sand. Sand. And he just calls this guitar the Mahogany with sound hole. He's probably most famous for a guitar that he built for Chet Atkins, which is like a thin line hybrid guitar, acoustic electric guitar, but it doesn't have a sound hole at all. It's just completely, just a soundboard on the top with electronics. And then he licensed that to Gibson, who made a model called the SST out of it. And this is actually something of a similar design, but this one has a sound hole. And is braced a little more like a traditional acoustic guitar, so it actually has pretty good volume and tone acoustically. But it sounds amazing plugged in, which is sort of his specialty. These Chet Atkins guys playing the, doing that kind of stuff. It is a good tag to end the stream on. Oh man, but yeah, holy moly, we're at almost 6 hours. We better wrap this up before I pass out from not eating. But thank you all. Thanks everybody for hanging out. We had new followers, new subs tonight. That's crazy. If you're not in the Discord, we even had someone buy their first guitar on stream. I think Grim might have done that too. So apparently pretty good for guitar sales. If you're not in the Discord, get in the Discord. If you haven't clicked the follow button, click the follow button. We'd love to have you as part of our community. We'll be back Monday night at 9 p.m. Eastern with Mellow Monday. I have a feeling this guitar is going to show up a lot on Monday, along with some other acoustics, where we'll be playing folk music, jazz music, pretty much anything chill and mellow. And I'll take requests for that too. Just have a fun stream and mix it up. Since we did Metal Monday last Monday, we'll do Mellow Monday this Monday and see how that goes. We even play actual classical music, because I would like to run through a few more classical pieces that I've been kind of working on, especially since I got this guitar in my hands. Check out the socials, the YouTube, the Instagram, the Twitter. Fun stuff. Trying to build up a little guitar community, and it's going pretty well. But I can't believe you guys have stuck with me for almost 6 hours of noodling. That's pretty impressive. So I'll see you guys next time. Not tango. Some tango's mellow. Some of it is really, 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 really not mellow. Some of it's pretty freaking intense.